Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, boys and girls. Hello, 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 hello. Let's see if all of this works today, shall we? How are we all doing? How we doing? How we doing? So, ooh, hang on, hang on, hang on. Please hold. Boof! Flashbang! Camera, react. Maybe that's one too many. One too many? That'll do. That'll do. Don't want to give myself a headache. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Hope everybody's well. It is reset day. We have plenty to play catch up with, as we always do. Everything has reset. We've got to get some, first and foremost, do the importance, check the auction house. Dog hair. Stray dog hair. I've been seriously considering what games to play over the next few weeks. Seriously considering. Because I've started to notice that my journey in 11.1 is drawing to a close, being the fact that I have absolutely blasted this patch. We have farmed up so many Mechanica. In fact, I'm tempted to try and gauge just how many Mechanica. I could probably... Oh, could I math this shit out? Could I math this shit out? I probably can. I've sold 2 more pets. Oh, God, I can't keep up with this. I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing waking up to 500,000 gold in the mailbox, but... Oh, that's... Venture Companyman? Jesus, for that gold, that better be the flipping 5 Mechanica one. Holy smokes. Okay, that's another 10 Mechanica I need. I have 4. Ah, we're constantly chasing our tail. Okay, cool. We'll leave them there for a second. Undercuts all over the place. All the undercuts. Get the undercuts out of the way. All expired. Hello? There we go. All cancelled. I was semi-expecting my name is Manthis and welcome to another video. It was the YouTube voice. What, did the YouTube voice kick in this morning? How are we doing there, boys and girls? Welcome to another video. Is that even my intro these days? Holy shit, I can't... How long has it been since another video? I can't remember my own intro. Sheesh. How rude of people buying your stuff, making you do more work. I know it's shocking, right? It's borderline trolling me at this point. Right, let's get those back on the auction house. Still $1 million gold plus for the mounts. 250 plus on the pets. We can live with those. I was just wondering, can we do the maths on how many Mechanicas I've farmed? I'm going to go as far as to say every single one I've probably sold on Draenor. I did buy 3 bonus gophers at one point. 3 bonus gophers, I think. Where's me log? Should we do some maths first thing on a Wednesday? Can we do... We might have to do them individually. All-time stats. Let's go with margin. No, we've got to do the auction house stuff, haven't we? Margin manipulators, I've sold 2. Right. We don't need that no more. Starting off with some maths. In fact... We can probably do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mounts. 8 mounts for a grand total of lots. Is what I've sold so far. 8 mounts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 pets? 13 pets, are we going to assume? Pets times 13. Oh, that still doesn't math, does it? Because what about the expensive pets? Crimson Mechasaur's the big boy one, right? Crimson Mechasaur's a 10. We've sold 1 Crimson Mechasaur. 2, 3, 4 Professor Punches. Wait, how's that possible? No. 1 times the 10 Mechanica. 4 times the 8. So that's 5. So that's 8 at 5. So how many Mechanicas is this then? 8 multiplied by 25 is a big number. How big a number is 8 times 25? It's 200, right? 200 Mechanicas worth of mounts. That's just 10. 8, 16, 24, 32. And 5 times 8 is 40, right? 282. 282. So we have 282 Mechanica's worth of sales so far this patch. Woof. 10 o'clock in the morning, it's already 29 degrees here. Oh my God, stay inside, put the aircon on. Live in the fridge, live in the fridge. It's not that warm in Finland. We've still got rain and mugginess and humidity and all sorts of gross. All sorts of grossness. So 282 Mechanicas worth of sales. 282 Mechanicas worth of sales. Even if they were at an average of, let's say, 50k each. What's the maths on that? $282 times 50,000. 14.1 million gold worth of actual sales on the Mechanica stuff. Which is nae bad. Nae bad for one patch worth of effort. Not bad for a patch worth of effort, if I do say so. It's definitely covered the cost of leveling everything else, covered the cost of the extra accounts, covered the cost of the tokens, and left us with a little bit of bonus change in our back pockets. Divided by how many days? Or since the beginning of the patch, however long, since 11.1 launch. Since 11.1 launch. When did patch... When did patch 11.1 launch in World of Warcraft? February 25th. February 25th. So since then, how many days have we had since February 25th? Let's just assume that's March. March, April, May, and June. So in 4 months, 120 days. Give or take 120 days. Divided by 120. 120k a day. 120k a day. Something like that. Whoa, the audio level dropped. What happened to my mic? Okay, yeah, it has. I can see it in my OBS. Hang on, please hold. Is it going to come back to normal now? No, it's really quiet again. Oh, shit. Lower, lower, low. Why has it gone so low all of a sudden? Oh no, I've done gone broke stuff. Okay. No, still quiet. Oh, Lord have mercy. Saved. No. No. Flipping co-pilot, man. What's going on? Hang on, hang on, hang on. Yeah, what's it doing this for? What's it doing this for? We saved. There we go. What was it doing that for? Why had it nuked the settings in here? Odd. Odd. Right. Note to self. Don't fucking open Copilot. Jesus. Yeah, so an average of 120k a day. Now, obviously, let's not forget there are some days we worked harder, some days we didn't work at all. So to average 120k a day ain't bad. But for reference, just to put this into context, for the very few handful of people out there that are technically billionaires in this game, to be a billionaire in World of Warcraft, you need to make 1 million gold a day. So nearly 10 times this amount. And you need to do it consistently for 3 years, not 3 months. So just when you think about how much 1 billion gold is in World of Warcraft, it's actually mental. It's actually cooked just how much gold that is. A real man Googles when a patch is out, clearly. Put the same prompt into Copilot and ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gives a much better response. I just use Copilot because it's already on my desktop. It's already there. And as long as it isn't completely flat out lying to me, I genuinely don't care. But that's quite interesting. And that's actual cash in the bank as well. That's based upon sales. That's based upon sales, not totally based upon like, oh, we farmed some stuff, sort of thing. I wonder if can we track? Oh, I'm getting. Oh, it does give what you gained and what you spent. Oh, it does give all sorts of information. Let's see what we did in just the last month then. Can we collate it between all of them? Because all the accounts are going to have different numbers, aren't they? Last month. Come on, log in already. Have we made gold in the last month whilst also buying up a whole bunch of stuff to flip cross realms? I wonder. I mean, I'm going to go as far as to say that selling the Mechanica stuff in the last month has definitely helped. Now, obviously, I also need to take into consideration we have sold other stuff, mind, but you gained 5 million with 9.9 million incoming and 4.8 million outgoing. So on the realm where I predominantly just sell stuff, on the account where I sell all of the stuff, obviously that's a nice big number, but does the other accounts reflect similar? Last month you gained 500,000 on this account. Last month, thinking about it, you gained 570k. This account gained 175k. So they're all up. They're all up, even though how can they be all up? 1.8 in, 1.6 out. Oh, this is probably being heavily influenced by, heavily influenced by the fact that I was running thaumaturgy and prospecting and selling on all of the 4 accounts, whilst not necessarily buying all of the materials on those accounts. Because my outgoings, oh no, maybe I did buy all of the mats on the individual accounts. So maybe processing all the thaumaturgy stuff and then selling it again is a win. And then this is all of the random stuff we've bought for cross realm flippity doodahs. Okay, 5 mil up, 500,000, another 500,000. Call that 6 and 6.2. Oh, you lost 1.7. Oh, okay. Okay, so we lost 1.7 on the main account. So what do we get? 6.2 minus 2, 4.2 mil? Is that 4.2 mil in the last month? Actual profit, cash monies. Holy. Take that all day long. All day. Depends how much time per day you need to do all of the elites. Do you even kill all of the elites and the drops is RNG? One day you can get tons done, another 3 you get nothing. Yeah, this is why the law of averages exists. But the reality for me is when it comes to like farming rares in the Undermine, I've probably not spent more than about an hour a day doing it on average. That's taking into consideration there are some days where I spend a little bit more time doing it. I might spend a couple of hours doing it, but I definitely don't even do it 7 days a week. So I do it probably 5 days a week, maybe 6. But when I take days off from streaming, I'm often not even playing WoW. Or if I am, I'm just like maybe relisting auctions or something. I'm not like playing. And that 120k a day is an average. Is an average over a 3-month period. So it's not bad. It's not bad. It means that hour's worth of effort is nice. But yeah, the reality is that they sound like impressive numbers, but if you were to like try and get even 100 mil or 1 billion gold, like you'd have to 10x that performance for 3 years straight. Right? It just shows that there ain't no way you could ever farm like serious gold in this game. Farming will only ever get you so far. I mean, 120k an hour is what we've averaged, give or take. But we've only farmed an hour a day. Farming an hour a day gave us about 120,000 gold a day average. Over a 3-month period. But we'll take it. We'll take it. Did you see the first data mined player housing decor items? No. Are they on Wowhead, are they? They're on Wowhead. Let's log these dudes off. Let's get the right characters logged on. Where's these? Mount and Dastardly Pinchapper now available via the Dastardly Duos. With week 4 of Dastardly Duos, players can now earn one of the mounts after completing the weekly quest. Oh, interesting. New Brewfest Barrel Bomber mount updates. That's a cool mount. That's like what do you call him? What do you call him? Flipping oh my god, my brain's stopped. Pre-cough. You know what I mean. That's a cool mount. Mimran's heads, that's the one. Thank you. Thank you. Getting me out of a sticky situation. First data mined housing assets. With 11.2 PTR build, we found some surprises deep in the files related to player housing. We found models for furniture whose file names indicate potential player housing items, each with a different descriptor. These models are linked to popular races and styles within the game. Not every race is represented, but there are 25 objects. Are our first concrete tease for player housing that isn't just a static image. Pandarian tables, noodle carts, goblin treasure storage chest and a chair, Tauren vignette chest, Tauren drum, random ass canoe, a night elf bookshelf, Nightborn windows and signposts with also a Nightborn rug and a crate, some fences, cage. I wonder what we're going to get in the... I wonder what we're going to be able to put in the cage. Bookshelf. A medium bush. A well-pruned bush. Zandalari mask. And then like a foot locker chest thing. Mechagon style hazard. Light. Mage Tower-esque floating books. Interesting. Campfire. Bookcases. A pile of books. A telescope. Yo, Dragonhead. They should have started with this one. They should have started with that one. That one's real funky. This is one of the, considering people have been saying for years, right, that it's Blizzard's art department that is literally, the art team has carried WoW for so long. When it, like, all the zones and stuff just end up looking really good. People have always said that, like, art team carries. This is their opportunity to shine, isn't it, really? Player housing is literally, right, art team go burr. Just do artist things and just give us huge amounts of stuff to play with. Interesting. Plenty more to come soon, I imagine. Means we're getting closer to decor from every expansion at the start, not just classic. Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows yet. We will find out soon, I guess. All right, let's, we're going to have a, right, we're going to start by getting everybody a checklist. If people don't have a checklist at any point, then I've done something wrong. That means throughout the week, we can chip away at checklist stuff and it'll all help, right? That's the concept. It'll just eventually all help. I also should probably check to see if this archives quest can be picked up again. It seems to come around every couple of weeks. Oh yeah, what time walking is it this time? Mr. Pandaria time walking. The archives. Collect 100 Titan disc fragments. Accept. Is that a shareable quest, out of curiosity? It's not a shareable quest. Everybody's going to have to pick that up individually. Oh wait, why can't you pick it up automatically? Did I miss it? Did I just fat finger that? Did I miss it? Bonus event dungeons. Oh, annoying. Here's a crazy idea. What if I just pick up some of the other, like, accept that quest? I don't really want to have to take all these dudes. Ah. Am I going to have to take these dudes to go get that quest? Is it the same on all of them? Yes, it's archive quest week, okay. There's too much shit I haven't done. It's not showing it in my... There needs to be an add-on to just, like, accept all of these quests. Okay. I was under the assumption you could pick these up from the... Or I was able to pick it up on my main character, but I'm apparently not able to pick them up on half of these dudes for some reason. And it's not flipping shareable. No. Goddamn son of a... Goddamn. Alright, well I might have to haul some guys back to the city to pick up that quest then. But they've all got checklists. That's the main thing we need to do. It's really annoying that that's not a shareable one. Maybe these guys had never done that quest because they're like one of the last teams. I guess we find out. Actually, thinking about it, I should go and make sure that I'm picking up all the basic stuff on my main dude first. Siding with a cartel and the likes. Sign a contract. We're revered with Bilgewater. We absolutely have to get these to Exalted this week. It'd be big slack if we don't. Big slack if we don't. Cheeky kill on Swigs, maybe. Just want to write, I really despise the Dastardly Duo event. It's like, oh, you didn't do achievement week 1. Well, fuck you then. Yeah, it's not Blizzard's finest work. And once again, it's one of those, right? Where the content isn't that bad. Like, it's a fun, like, there's no denying that get a few mates together. It's a fun little game mode for half an hour while you're killing time for, like, I don't know, the rest of your guild to turn up or something, right? It's genuinely not the worst piece of content they've ever made. You know, these on the hour, every hour, nuke a boss down, lag the server out, get a loot pinata kind of events are objectively worse bits of content. But it's how they delivered it. It's how they delivered it again. This kind of like the Blizzard butt system. The Blizzard butt. Here's an average piece of content that is not ever going to be more than an average bit of content, but we're going to make you fucking work for it. And it's like, oh, come on. Come on, it's an average piece of content. Just don't be a dick about it. Which is what leaves the bad taste in your mouth. And this is the same thing that I've said about Blizzard for years and years and years. That if they didn't push for engagement so much, if they didn't piss off their most dedicated of audience, if they didn't piss them off, then yeah, they might put the game down and have a break, but they're also far more likely to then come back to the game because they left on good terms. It's a real simple concept. But don't burn bridges with your most dedicated players. Don't grind them to the point of submission to when they quit, they quit. That's not good business, you know? But, you know, I'm just your average Joe player of the game. And so more and more, I'm of the feeling that these kind of like, if it's clearly and obviously just an average piece of filler content, I'm just not going to give it the time of day. Because the more time of the day I do give it, the more likely it is to get its hooks into me and annoy me even more. So I'm not going to get stressed over an average bit of content. He says whilst ranting on a flipping reset day, but you get my point, right? Right, do we grab this quest from up here then? Is it this quest? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Weirdly, I had to pick it up from you. It's not too problematic, other than I just have to do it. Is there in theory anything else that we need to do? What's this quest? Shrouded Path Through Time. Mythic Dungeons completed. Time Walking Dungeons completed. None of that's going to happen. What's this handing in a quest business over here? It might not be a terrible idea, although... Oh! What are you? Gathering an upgrade. 4 faulty Titan directives, complete an overcharged delve. I've got to do all this business again. It's doing 1 delve on each team again. 1 delve on each team is going to get me the equivalent of another Paragon chest. So that also, and it'll upgrade the ring on those that already have the ring to upgrade. Undermine quests, awakening the machine, world bosses. Damn. Why is delves not on that list? Why is do a delve not on the list? Didn't really need to fly there, did I? Just go through on all of the tunes and pick up any flipping quests anywhere. This hopefully might lead to the suggested content journal being less stupid if we've already picked up everything once legitimately. Got all of these sort of like intro quests out the way. Okay, so those dudes have... Are we safe in assuming that these guys have got every quest that they might possibly need from the main capital? What's going on over here? What's this question mark? Oh, the Dinars one. Well, we ain't doing that. Not a chance in hell. What are you? Concerned friend. Oh, where do you go? Having the auto accept thing on is sometimes a problem. Concerned fend. Traverse the causeway to the Ringing Deep. So, okay, that's never going to happen. Right, okay. Can we safely... Side Street Sluice is not overcharged. Do the overcharged delves change daily? Does anybody know? They do. Okay, so while it's Fungal Folly today, it'll be something different tomorrow. Okay. I'm just thinking what I do once I've accepted all of these quests. Do I half them back? Yeah, I probably do. Just wait for it to be Side Street again. Yeah, I think that's probably the play. Half these dudes back now that they've picked up all of their quests that they need. Just so that they've got everything. That said, I should go do some basic checking out on my main dude even, shouldn't I? Right, so this team is now ready to rock and roll for the week. They've got their checklist, they got their archive quest, they've got their quest for the belt upgrade to do a delve. Doing that each week is equally going to give them a bonus pinnacle chest, which is a bit of gear, a bit of gold, you know. I believe it had... Did it have resonance crystals in it as well? This is one of the main things I'm actually trying to push for. I'm trying to push for, like, quick, easy resonance crystals. I still need... Well, apparently I've got... The game seems to think I've got 278,000 of them now. Cannot be pulled from characters currently online. Of course it can't. By my calculations, I should be able to get somewhere in the region of about 80,000 resonance crystals a week. In fact, probably not quite as many as that when I think about it, because we only get the quest once every 2 weeks. That gives a big bunch of them. $250. When we get characters below 1,000, I'll stop moving them. Yeah, there we go. Okay, 264,000 now. Okay, nice. Transfer all button would be nice. It would. It would. Apparently there's add-ons that do that for you. But I'm assuming the add-on just kind of like automates the button pressing and just does it really fast. Would be my guess. We probably will do some time walking dungeons at least at some point. 4 dungeons on Mythic ain't never happening. We'll grab your quest anyway. I should most definitely remember to do this on my main, for sure. Do I have anything in the vault? I'll have some coiny coin things from the vault, or convert them into some crests at least. I don't need anything from the vault. Appearances collected. I could get these to... I've only got one of the 3 appearances on these. Stupid noggin fogger thing. Low level, because I didn't do enough high tier stuff. I could grab some stuff for Mog, but I don't care about Mog, do I? Let's be real. Just give me my 6 tokens of merit. Be interested to see how tough or otherwise the panda time walking is for the 70 twink. Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good call. That might be something that's worth doing a quick blast on just for testing purposes. I got 6 tokens of merit. Just give me some... Convert those into 15 gilded, I guess. Hope your day's not as stressful as mine. Good morning, Loot Fever. We don't need stress on a reset day. Take a deep breath, my friend. It'll be all good. Right, let's convert everything up. Some IRL stress. Play some video games. Watch a few streamers. I'm not saying the IRL stress will disappear, but it should make it easier. Oh, I'm 3 carved crests away. Son of a gun. Get one more of those. No, I have a sneaky feeling I actually have crafted gear I still need to upgrade. I've only got 81 gilded. Last week was a joke for my 70. Yeah, well, I think Mr. Pandaria Dungeons are much easier anyway. It's not like we haven't got some practice running them at super speed anyway from Mop Remix. Do we upgrade the cape or the rings? My theory with this actually at some point was that, in fact, have we upgraded all of our existing crafted stuff? Let's prioritize doing that first. 681 crafted stuff all round. I think, yeah, we've upgraded all our crafted stuff. Our trinkets are all leveled up now. So either we craft new things or we upgrade these existing things. With the spark situation, actually, thinking about it. How many sparks do I have? Or should we have? All within season 2. I've got 3 Sparks of Fortune already. So, thinking about it, ring and a cape could be made. Ring and a cape could be made. That's 90 each. That's 180. So I just need to upgrade one of the rings. So we'll upgrade the rings. We'll upgrade a ring. Upgrade a ring. Does it matter which one? Not really. Upgrade a ring. Oh, 674, you son of a gun. Upgrade a ring. Then we can make 2 more pieces of crafted gear. A crafted ring and a crafted cloak. And then we're gear capped. Then we're capped. We have the sparks to do it. We just need the gilded now. We need 180 gilded. We've got 21. So I'm 160-ish gilded away from done. $674. I genuinely did not expect to be this high geared this season. Genuinely didn't expect this at all. I think I started the patch with like 603 gear or something, which is pretty crazy. I might give that a quick go, you know, to begin with. We might see if the Demon Hunter can zug through, just to see how. For starters, I've only got 9 days of game time on the account, so. Let's see just real quick if we can bang out some time walking, how time walking feels on this dude this week with the changes and Mr. Pandaria dungeons. Right, let's get these guys their basics. Oh, he's got a checklist already. Dum-dum. Oh, they've all got checklists already. Okay, right, let's get them to... Why didn't the invite go out? Oh, flippity-doodah. Log the main character out. Let's go grab some quests. Well, I might just do this one at a time because otherwise I'll miss steps. Right, let's grab you. Grab you in case we do a dungeon. Annoying there isn't delves on this list at this time. Annoyingly. There is nothing that's easy $5-able. So we're just not going to do that one. Okay, is that everything? Yeah, it's actually not as much. Archives quest. Yeah, archives quest. That's actually one of the most important ones. Really annoying it's not shareable as well. Why are you claiming there's something in the guild vault? I don't want to be opening 80 flipping guild vaults every week. But an upgrade's an upgrade. Don't know where they came from. Doing one heroic, one mythical, one time walking dungeon. Alright. Half you back. Do the same again. Undermined World Quest sent too bad to multi-box. Yeah, possibly. How many of them do you need to do, actually? If you only need to do, like, 3 of them or something, it might not be the worst. Some bonus pinnacle caches, more resonance crystals, more gold, more. How many is it? 6? Oof. Oof. I'm not sure 6 is going to happen, you know. Plus, you'll then get the special assignment, which is a mega free. Oh, true. Also true. Take tokens instead of loot from the vault, exchange it for 1k gold. Yeah, that's also a possibility, but some of these guys could also do with some in. Oh, okay, now you didn't qualify for anything from the vault for some reason. So I don't know how one dude had done a dungeon and you hadn't. I don't know how that works. We'll take the quest anyway. We'll see. Does the world boss count as a world quest? Because that would be another easy one to just like tag. Okay, let's time walking, Mr. Pandaria. Let's have a look then, shall we? Let's see if with these changes, mop dungeons feel any different. Not eligible for that quest. How could they not be eligible? Why would they not be eligible? Odd. Okay. Stop cooking all of these fellas. Definite bullet spongy. Definitely bullet spongy. And could be slightly problematic. Okay, finally got you down. Okay, still soloable so far. The last boss could be interesting in there, when I think about it. Oh, for flip's sake. To reawaken after all. Not to drag up past topics too much again, but I'm considering, now that we've streamed in 1440p for a little while, I think I've given Twitch some test data on this, sufficient enough test data. I'm probably going to switch it off. For two reasons. One, 1440p at 7.5k kilobits a second is the exact same bitrate I used to stream 1080p in anyway. Because a little known fact, even though Twitch only wants you to stream at 1080p at 6, you can actually push it to 8 and it's all good. So I did. Meaning I don't think 1440p is any actually sharper. Secondly, for the purpose of the VODs, YouTube is complaining at me permanently. YouTube is like, what are you doing sending me this low bitrate image? YouTube is constantly screaming at me that you should be sending at least 14,000 kilobits a second. for 1440p. So I'm kind of tempted to just turn it off. The alternative, not something I really want to do, is that, well, actually, as a partner on Twitch, I get transcodes, priority transcodes. There's the possibility I could stream at high. Oh, I don't know. I think I'm just going to turn it off. You know, it's when there's fast motion on screen where it's going to get a bit choppy, and I don't think there's much of a benefit of 1440p yet. Hard to play on the swing set when you've been to Disneyland. Oh, what a great analogy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the biggest piece of curiosity for me is anybody actually watching in 1440p, or is everybody just defaulting to 1080p anyway? Because as far as I'm concerned, if there's not that many people that even have 1440p screens to watch it at the higher quality anyway, I might just save the electricity my end. My screen's 1080p, so no reason to go above. There'd be reason if I could stream in 4K. This is the thing, like, but resolution scaling from 1440p down to 1080p doesn't really work. It's not a nice multiplication of. I'm filtered geographically, so not. Oh, okay, yeah. I kind of forgot that's also a thing, isn't it? That it's not worldwide yet, even. Yeah, I'm tempted to just turn it off. Go back to as high a quality, as high as possible quality, but 1080p. Still feels like the play. 1440 here, but mostly listening. Well, yeah, I also have that. I also have that to contend with, the fact that I'm very aware that most people, or a lot of people, just have me on in the background anyway, which is why the graphical fidelity is not the highest of importance. Can you stop with the regenerations? God, this trash is more deadly than the flipping boss. Significantly more focus needs putting on the regen chart ones, apparently. Maybe I just let that one get a little bit out of hand. Jesus. Interrupts. I don't have enough interrupts. Kill him faster. Flipping trash, it's harder than a boss. Blowing cooldowns on flipping trash. In a twinked out level 70. This is wild. Okay, I can safely say, at least so far, that the dungeons are still possible to solo. But, you know, the bullet sponge element of this probably doesn't make it that time efficient. Dare I say that just open world farming from 1 to... Open world farm from 1 to 80 is probably the play now. They've probably, for the most part, removed any significant advantage from doing these. Because let's not forget, the only real advantage you get from this is the end of dungeon advantage. So if you can't complete the dungeons fast enough, you lose all advantage of doing it. Whereas open world farming, every single mob you're killing is gaining you experience. And it's far more steady leveling. I wondered when Manthus is going to start farming raids for mounts and stuff. Well, it's been put upon me multiple times since we are now multi-boxing on 5 accounts again, and simultaneously have access to nearly 100 max level characters now. So like dungeon lockouts basically is a non-issue for me these days. Kind of meaning that if I did want to just go and collect stuff, there's absolutely nothing stopping me from just doing it. Because if I need to kill a raid, if I need to kill a boss 100 times to get a 1% drop, well, I have 100 characters. I could do it within a single lockout, within a single week. It's just a case of, well, if I want it, I go get it now. We've kind of neutralized the standard restrictions. I use Haldan's route. He's leveling speed. Yeah, I know exactly who he is. I mean, he focuses on single account stuff. I'm like, this day and age, I'm not bothered. I'm not leveling one character at a time. That's crazy business. If I can't level 4 dudes at a time, I'm not doing it. These become borderline impossible to kill. Because I can't click the corpse without getting interrupted. Okay, sack them off. I don't know if that's going to cause problems later down the line. It probably will. Can we completely avoid this trash pack? Apparently not, because I pulled anyway. Oh, shit. Okay, that wasn't the plan either. Wow, okay. I bet there's some crazy skips. Can you hoppity skippity all the way over there? Or is that an invis wall already? Okay. Oh, that's an invis wall as well. Welcome in, Jack, by the way. Good to see you this morning. Still playing June. Really tempted to buy that, you know. Real tempted. Imagine Mantheus collecting stuff with like the Midsummer, everything goes 4 times faster. Well, that's kind of the theory, right? That's the multi-box theory. The more Blizzard puts time gating in front of me, the more accounts I'm going to run so that I can ignore as much of the time gating. You know, that's the solution. Blizzard's going to use time gating to limit your progress. I'll circumvent that by just multiplying my accounts. This is painful. I don't know how I deal with this. Now, there's a clear and obvious not understanding the mechanics issue here, but I always thought you just had to click on the corpse, but I can't click on the corpse because I get perma insta. Okay, this is just annoying. Not everything. Apart from the Midsummer event boss has the first kill of the day rule, but I'm sure if that applies to Battle.net or WoW account. I'm not sure. Like in June a lot, the building, the grinding, the survival with the other players. Sounds like an interesting concept. I'm not gonna lie, I would heavily favour the PvE side of things. Rather than the PvP. Especially since I've heard not the best things about the PvP, but at least they do seem to be up for change on that. Is twinking in the time walking dungeons nerfed, or is just mop scaling that hurts? Well, the scaling is in essence what the nerf is for the most part. But yes. It's definitely week on week feeling as if it's more or less done at level 70. Doesn't feel that favourable. Yeah, this feels almost. Do they naturally die if they get outranged? No. Okay, you can pull them a long ass way away, and then double stun, double zoom back in, complete the purification, and then be on your way. That seems like a lot of hard work. No, apparently the stun didn't last for very long. Oh, shit. Okay, they can still do that, can they? Oh, my God. Pulled me through the floor. Oh, what? Okay. Yeah, screw this. I'm not even going to bother. I'm not even going to bother. I'd, like I said, I'd suspect that it's still feasible if you know exactly what you're doing. But the reality for me is A, it's not going to be quick enough anyway. If you can't complete the dungeons in like a couple of minutes, it's not worth the bullet sponge nature of all of the mobs and the bosses is going to slow you down so much that the XP per hour by running these is not going to be very effective. And since it's only the end of dungeon bonus that you're hunting down, basically boosting through time walking is not really a thing. At least not on mop. When the rotation, we'll try this once a week anyway. We'll see if there are some that are more favourable than others. I've had some semi insider info that there are some other levels that are appearing to be pretty strong that are just not level 70. But of course, the issue there is going to be that you're going to have to be XP locked. So there's more shenanigans in play. So you could sort of you could probably make a twink character just for solo running stuff through time walking, but the boosting options seem to be pretty poor via time walking now. I'm only doing time walking for the Mog and the 85k badges I still need. Hence, I do it one time on 34 characters for the quest item. Then see if I still want to. After 34 dungeons, I think you'd be done. Yeah. Okay. Well, science do science things. Here's to checking I didn't have anything in the mailbox on this dude. Oh, I did. Oh, not anything that I care about, though. That's fine. All of those can rot and burn anyway. I don't think I need any of that stuff particularly. That can just stay there. Okay. Let's get back to doing some relatively normal stuff. Such as getting belts, getting upgrades for said belts. Is it worth actually? Do we know? Do we know if there's a catch up for the belt quest? I would assume there is, right? These dudes have their belts. I need to find a team that doesn't have their belts and see if there's a. Because it might actually be smarter to wait to get their belts until they can be all done in one go. Because if I have to run 4 delves, then that will also be a weekly delve quest at the same time. They're one time, so you just got to do them in order, like the circlet. Okay. Yeah, it's time gated either way, but I'm just wondering if doing one delve each week on each team is better than just doing 4 delves in 1 week on each team to get it all done in one go later, because often there's a complete 3 delves or a complete 5 delves kind of quest, which if I do 1 delve a week, I will never get, if you know what I mean. You need a checklist, because you don't have one. Do it early if you have the time. Don't want to sit at the end and not have the time for catch up. Well, that's also kind of true. It's entirely possible if I wait in 2 weeks' time, we could be elbow deep in another game and completely miss the opportunity to get the belt full stop. We need to decide when we're going to designate some serious time though to the PTR, because I would quite like to get enough of a heads up with the PTR to have an indication of whether there's anything specific we're actually going to need max level characters for at scale. Because obviously I've got all my characters to 80 now. But I also heard K-Chak talking about the fact that he's quite keen to find out if there is going to be any, serious reason for characters to be level 80 from a goal-making perspective. And I suspect that there might be something, but without playing the PTR a whole bunch, might not figure it out or find it out. Or the alternative is I just wait until somebody tells me the answer, which is always a possibility. One of the luxuries of being live most days is that I do get a lot of information from you guys, and I'm very appreciative of that. Information of the masses, as they say. These guys got their belt. These guys have got their belt. Latest PTR update, they added a couple of recipes with the materials dropped from the raid. Not sure what that is about. Oh, raid drop materials. Oh, that sounds like fun. Yeah, I should do my duties, shouldn't I, and keep on top of this. Right, last dude for this team. Grab all the weekly goodies. Oh shit, what happened there? Hello? No! Back it up. Oh, what the... Stop! Stop! Return me! Oh no. I did not plan or want to do any of that. This isn't an instance. Oh shit, the bed. No! Didn't want to do any of that business. Fuck a duck. I was going to save this quest line for a day where I didn't have anything on. Not a day like reset day where I've got everything on. Oh, flipping Lord have mercy. All right. Fat fingered it. Fat fingered. We'll have to do it the slow way. Blizzard kidnapping unsuspecting players. That's how it feels like. I didn't even see there was a portal. I definitely didn't click on that portal, by the way. Absolute scam. Now I don't have a Hearthstone to get back to the hotel, so I have to fly there manually again. Or just log out, but log out and deal with it later. Yeah, we got good old kidnapped. My OCD tells me I have to have my tunes sat here, because otherwise when I log on, probably later on this evening or tomorrow to post auctions, I'll be in the wrong space and it'll annoy me. Oh no, you're already there. What the hell am I doing? Okay. You're ready for the week's adventures. So Wowhead has the info on this. They've not done an article on it though. New recipes. So we can go 11.2 PTR. We can go database. Just items. We go added in patch 11.2. So new items, 2,000 items. All right, we're gonna need to filter this a little bit more, aren't we? Additional filters. Is there like an is recipe? Requires a profession. Alchemy recipes, Umbral Essentia, invigorating healing potion we knew about, pure chromatic fibers, teaches you how to craft the pure chromatic fiber for Rishi's wraps, pure precise fiber. There's 4 of these, right? Energizing fiber, dexterous fiber. So yeah, for the 4 secondary stats. These are basically, tailors are going to make the gems for the Rishi's wraps. Enchanted gilded ethereal crests. Are they going back to these? Are we going back to enchanters making crests again? Or is this see, this is why I don't trust a lot of the early PTR stuff, because this is clearly copy paste a Rooney. Contract, Koreshi Trust, Vantus Rune for the new raid, Inspired Writer's Quill. What's an Inspired Writer's Quill? Sometimes all it takes to be inspired is a new quill. Use this to add to the collection of steamy romance novels you can write with your steamy romance novel kit. No idea what the Christ that does. Crests, knowledgey doodahs. Probably one of these. 10 knowledge point items. Mining by 15. Inscription by 10. Gleeful glamour. New enchanting recipe. Technique deal. Cartel Zo or Cartel Ba? Oh, more sub-factions. You may only make a deal with one cartel per week. 2 new sub-factions then. Cartel Zo and Cartel Ba. So you're going to be aligning yourself with 2 separate sub-factions by the looks of things. And you can get a contract with either one of them. Knowledge points. Hydro Bite. Metal teeth make this fish an unwelcome threat to swimmers. Interesting. Oh, no, I lie. There's a 3rd sub-faction. Cartel Ohm. So there's 3 sub-factions by the looks of things. And as of so far, that seems to be all the new recipes. You know, your absolute bare basic essentials. So 4 different contracts, because you've got the sub-factions and then you've also got the... Where's the main one? Yeah, the contract for the Koresh Trust. It's the deals that take the raid mats. Fresh parchment. Oh, mana forged instrument, yeah. Exquisite and inscrutable, this piece of machinery is extremely volatile, rarely obtained from defeating Forge Weaver Araz in the Mana Forge Omega. Can be bought and sold on the auction house. Okay, yeah, there we go. So a raid mat. But yeah, no real idea. No. Well, it's a warband wide contract, so much like the Weavers, much like the sub-factions in the Undermine, it looks like we're going to have 3 sub-factions to play with, or 3 cartels to align ourselves with. Do they all take see also? Yeah, they're all taking this Mana Forged instrument. New raid material. Used in the 3 contracts for the 3 sub-factions, and also the Gleeful Glamour Ethereal. Viridescent Spores, Leyline Residue, Mana Forged Instrument, and some Storm Dust. So early suspicions there. Let's remove this filter. Oh, remove. Let's see what else has been added that might be interesting. Can I exclude? I don't know. I don't want to have to roll through 2,000 items. Unbound Star Eater. Drops from Dimensius on Mythic. This is our new Mythic mount. People are already like putting videos out of all the different mounts. Do we even get a new herb or new ore in the new patch? We get both. We get new herbs and we get new ores, but they don't seem to be used in any recipes. They are converted at a vendor for the current mats, but the conversion seems to be different on different days, is what we are led to believe. Samples. Random ass trinkets. Cosmic Hearthstone. New Hearthstone style. Oh, Hearthstone that drops from Dimensius, apparently. Bunch of mounts. Trading post mount. 550 tenders. It's a keystone mount. Can I exclude? Can we just do crafting reagent? Yes. Okay, so we got Phantom Bloom is a new herb. Can be bought and sold on the auction house, but isn't necessarily utilized in any recipe by itself. It's used. There's no even comments on this yet, but it's used to. It's converted at an NPC vendor. We found the vendor the other day. Season 3 PvP upgrade. Astral and Gladiators Heraldries. Spark of Starlight is going to be our new Spark, which is going to get set crafted gear to 678 to 691 by default. So base level crafted gear with no boost. Base level crafted gear is going to be 678 to 691. So basically 691 is your absolute rock bottom basic. You can obviously put your enchanted gilded ethereal crests on top of those, which will give you 607 to 720 crafted gear. Early numbers. 720 crafted gear. Now, they might also then do a move the bar thing again, a turbo mode, which will push it even higher. But crafted gear will be able to be capped out at 720 by the looks of things, up from... what is it now? 681. So it's still nearly 40. It's 39. It's a 39 item level jump. Koreshi Resonating Stone. Striking stone that proves that nature's beauty persists even in a wasteland, sometimes gathered by players with a mining skill. So this is your new null stone. There's a new Koreshi Stone, a Koreshi Lotus. I wonder if these are also... no info on what these are used for yet. But much like the ore and much like the herb, I would kind of imagine that they just can be converted for X amount of the past stones. The man-forged instrument that we've already, well, the tooltip kind of gives it away. Rarely dropped from defeating Forge Weaver Araz in the Mana Forge Omega. The question for me will be is how much are these going to be worth? The fact that at the moment they only seem to be used in contracts, so contracts for the sub-factions, one a time, or in a Gleeful Glamour recipe, leads me to believe they won't be worth a lot. Unless blasting these cartels ASAP is super duper mega important, but even still, not convinced that even though it's a raid drop material, it'll be worth all that much. Sparks still require 250 Valor Stones to combine. Ready to be enchanted. It does seem to look like they are going back to the Season 1 approach of giving enchanters the ability to enchant crests again. But let's not forget that that was true at the beginning of the PTR for Season 2 as well, until they decided, no, we're going to put it on an NPC instead. And actually, I think the general player base is very much happy with not having to have enchanters touch their, having a link in the chain. I think removing enchanters from the link of the chain has actually helped crafted gear somewhat. So I suspect this is just a copy-paste scenario, which will ultimately get the Season 2 treatment as well. Does make sense. Look how less enchanters get work orders. Yeah, but enchanters are doing fine, right? Enchanters have got flipping concentration ults. Enchanters are doing fine. In fact, if anything, enchanters are eating better than most other professions right now. So, but that's all the new materials as of so far. What other filters could we do that might bring out some interesting stuff? Crafted by a profession. So these are some of the new crafted items. Umbra Essentia. Slink into darkness, reduce the chance for enemies to detect your presence. Oh yeah, this is your Shadow Meld potion. Shadow Meld potion for those who are not... For those who are not the right race. Probably wouldn't be that steep if we didn't have the turbo stuff. Then again, half the player base probably wouldn't have been playing the past 2 months. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Yeah, the item level jumps now pretty much... I was saying this for a while and people always shot me down for it, but we now really have a hard reset patch to patch. If you're running around in last patch's gear, you ain't even tickling the nutsack of mobs, right? We have an absolute hard reset between seasons now, which has kind of made it puts significantly more emphasis on picking the game back up at the beginning of a season. If you dip in halfway through a season, it clearly feels really weird, even if you played the season before, which I've always said I didn't particularly like. I would kind of like any progress you make in the game to at least hold its value in some way, shape or form later into the expansion. But these massive item level jumps now, I mean, you could have been reasonably well geared in Season 1, and you could log on to your character now and barely be allowed in LFR, which is wild. I'm not particularly a fan of that so much, but New healing potion. Fits in a fibre socket. Haste is granted, determined on the socketed item. Don't know how much haste is going to be granted, but Taylor's, it's literally called a Shah Touch gem. That's how it's categorized. Tailors are going to make the gems for everybody's new legendary cloak. Adorning ribbon, vendor mat, gleaming shards, disenchant bait, exquisite weaver cloth bolts. Probably going to see quite a surge on cloth, considering every man and their dog will want one of these for their cape. Admittedly, though, they will only probably ever need one. So it'll be a big initial surge, and then it'll die down real damn fast. But the spike in price on cloth might be ridiculous. New contract for the main faction. Although it does say you may only sign one contract a week. This effect is shared across your warband. I wonder how that affects the deals that you make with these sub-factions. You may only make a deal with one cartel per week. A short-term contract drafted by scribes pledging a warband's allegiance to a broker cartel is the descriptor. And there's 3 sub-cartels. We will need to go find those in the game and introduce ourselves and figure out what advantages or disadvantages are to be had by being one or the other. So yeah, pure fibers are your tailoring stuff. Your new invigorating potion, different qualities. Umbra Essentia is just your invis potion. The Inspired Writer's Quill. Is there any more info on this? Just uses regular inks and parchments. Don't really know what it does yet. Use this to add to the collection of steamy romance novels you can write with your steamy romance novel kit. Steamy romance novel kit. Write a steamy romance novel, 20-minute cooldown. Is there some achievement or something for reading all these books? I think there is, isn't there? So this is basically just going to be add to the collection of steamy romance novels you can write. Okay. Never did that. Never did that to know about it. Vantus runes, glamours, yeah. Really not a lot. It's you know, it feels a bit deja vu. Deja vu from the 11.1 PTR, really. Bit deja vu in terms of the fact that there's absolutely nothing particularly interesting there from a profession standpoint. Tailors are going to make the gems for your cloak, so there'll be a big blast, a big boom in demand for cloth on pretty much launch day. Exquisite weaver cloth bolts are going to go to the moon for one day and one day only. But, you know, you can absolutely bet your ass that that will be cancel scanned into oblivion to sell the damn stuff, because when your options are 1 or 1, you know for a fact it's just going to get blasted. A new healing potion, whoopty frig. What does it use? Myco Bloom, Gilded Vials, standard. These Invis potions Mycobloom, Lure Drop, Orbanid. They probably, the fact that they are potions and the fact that they are probably going to share the same cooldown as your other potions means it's going to be very selective who and when those are used. That'll be more high-end Mythic Plus stuff. Contracts are always big business at the beginning, or at least temporarily. 25 inks again. 25 inks. We already know that you need to be renowned 5 to get the recipe for this in the first place, but we equally suspect that getting to renowned 5 is going to be a day one job. It usually is. Nothing really relevant. New stuff's easy to reach, so everything will get crushed on day one. Yeah, pretty much. I would imagine that it's so much deja vu because I had the exact same deja vu back in Dragonflight. I don't know how many of you remember, but when we went into patch 10.2, one of my biggest frustrations was that it felt absolutely the same as Season 1 in Dragonflight. And Season 2 in The War Within is also... Sorry, Season 3 in The War Within is also looking to be a relatively straightforward copy-paste from a profession standpoint again. So, hence why I don't have huge desire to zug the PTR and try and figure everything out, because there isn't really anything to figure out. It'd be nice to unlock these different cartels and find out what comes along with being part of the Cartel Zoo, Cartel Bar, or Cartel I guess. We can figure that out, but otherwise, you know, not a huge amount to really write home about, particularly. The new herb ore trading system seems like an interesting implementation. Yeah, that will definitely be a bit of a flipper's dream. You'll be able to day trade on herbs. I would suspect it will probably have an effect that, you know, there will be a day or maybe 2 days in the week where you buy a certain herb, rather than it being like, oh, everything's cheap on a Sunday, everything's expensive on a Wednesday. It will alter when people need to buy their things at the cheapest price. How it will integrate with the rest of the game, though, when the fact that the material economy is very, very carefully controlled. When anything even gets even, you know, 10% out of whack, it gets squished back down real fast, and that's entirely because of thaumaturgy now. Soon as one mat gets a little bit too cheap, it all gets bought up, it all gets flipping thaumaturgized, and then that has a knock-on effect on all of the other materials in terms of both supply and their price. So that you know, alchemy has sort of normalized the material market very strongly, and so implementing a vendor that allows you to exchange herbs for other herbs and ore for other ore, but at different rates on different days, interestingly, might not actually have that much of an effect, because the market is so heavily normalized anyway. We'll see. Hope it's not a fixed rotation. It probably will. Knowing Blizzard, it will probably just be coded in that this day it will be this, next day it will be that, day after it will be that. You'll have a week aura on your screen that will tell you what herbs to buy on what days. This is the cheap day to buy this. This is the cheap day to buy that, for example. And what you'll probably find is like something like Lure Drop, which is historically one of the more expensive herbs. The day where Lure Drop is cheap, you will also find that the new herb will be expensive on that day, because people will reset the price of the new herb to limit the amount of trading of that into the expensive herb, if you know what I mean. it could be interesting. We'll have to see. Right, boys and girls, I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes to stretch my legs, quick bathroom break, and then we might actually do something because I've been streaming for 2 hours and I don't actually feel as if I've done anything in the game again. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be back in a couple. Okay. Considering that 90% of casual goal makers will go for these new, easy-to-obtain recipes, means the market will be overflooded, and they'll sell at a loss very soon. Happened with contracts in Vantage Runes on Season 2. Yeah, we saw that because the options are so limited, and everybody seems to think that or huge amounts of people seem to believe that they were like ahead of the curve by focusing on these very few options, that yeah, like they were just absolutely nuked into the ground within minutes. The interesting thing for me is that it could very well be that the new zone, the new patch, will be an interesting, fun little playthrough for a couple of weeks. We'll level up the new faction. We'll, have a tinker around, have a play around with these new cartels. But there's a very, very, very strong possibility that I'll actually live out this expansion in the Undermine, killing these damn rares, because the lucrativeness of these Mechanicas without change isn't going away anytime soon. There's pretty much nothing that's going to turn up new in this new patch, I believe, that will be more lucrative than what the Mechanica farm is right now. Not to mention the Mechanica farm will become a touch easier when we are 40 item levels higher. The fact that scaling will kick in and we'll basically one-shot most of the rares by that point as well. So we will have to see. We will have to see. Especially since there's also the theory that when everybody moves on to the new zone, that there'll be less and less people actually farming the Mechanicas. Or more importantly, a substantial amount of people might have just got hardcore bored of doing it. Very possible option there. I mean, I'm almost at that point already. We were talking earlier about how I've made probably nearly 15 million gold. Probably a little bit more from this Mechanica farm so far. Which is good gold. Can't complain about it. Real good gold. But at the end of the day, it's repetitive, just like all farming is. And we all know how I feel about repetitive shit. Soon as shit gets repetitive, I move on to something that's not repetitive. Now, I know that's kind of ironic when I'm multi-boxing and I've got like nearly 100 level 80s now and I'm trying to get flipping belts on all of them, all sorts of silly things, but at the moment it's still fun and it doesn't feel repetitive yet. Right, let's go get some weekly stuff on these dudes. But yeah, out of nowhere, because it wasn't really this Mechanica farm wasn't too expected. We got sniffs of it. We got an inkling that it was a thing before 11.1 went live. But it wasn't really fully understood, I don't think. The sort of the lucrative nature of it wasn't really fully understood, I don't think. But like I said, it's gonna be hard to top in the next patch, I think. Sniffed it was multi-boxing on day one when nobody was doing it. Yeah, I mean, a few people had a rough understanding of that. Hang on, these are seemingly quite difficult to get. I knew that farming them would be lucrative. I just hadn't figured out the optimal ways to farm them. And it turned out that it was quite multi-box friendly. I was more content with the fact that I'd gone into the patch with, I think, like 13 level 80s. But of course, they were all still predominantly on the one account, because I was single account playing for most of the launch. But if you had a multi-box setup going into this patch already, you could hop on it real fast. I think Tulok, you were just driving around in the car, wasn't it, with like 3 accounts. And if I remember right, I think you sold one of the mounts for about 7 mil in the first week, which is about 50% of the value of everything that I've sold so far. So, but I'm also aware that there are people that have farmed these Mechanicas much harder than I have and have made like 20, 30, 40 million off them. I've spent a huge amount of time leveling alts and setting up other things. Whereas if I had just spent 4 hours a day instead of 1 hour a day, oh my lord, could have made silly money. Right. Side with the cartel, 2 races, 3 rares, and 10 jobs. Wow, your checklist must be gross. Fish, war mode, catch pets. Oh my god, that's one of the worst checklists I've ever seen. That ain't never getting done. That ain't never gonna get done. Right, that team is ready for the week's events. Yeah, some lists you just I think that one can go away. Loving the one button now. I'm not gonna lie, while streaming, it's a blessing in disguise. That's it. Well, not so much right now with what we're doing, but it's a blessing in disguise from the fact that I can be killing rares, like chatting to you guys, paying absolutely zero attention to what's going on in game, and unless the mob is strong enough to actually kill me, which most mobs are not going to be, other than maybe a weekly rare, for example, I can almost fully AFK whatever the hell it is I'm trying to do in game. Whilst chatting to you guys, it's like it's not a one button assistant; it's a streamer button as far as I'm concerned. It's just a very convenient streamer button. As laborious as this little process is right now of picking up the checklists on every character, the fact that it's going to sit there on my screen with that week or all week will be the thing that will mean I actually do them, because it will annoy me that it's just big and ugly on the screen, and I'll want to get rid of it. I found the trick is to macro with it, to use the trinkets, weapons, and not cancel channeling. Put it on 4 buttons, and it will still obviously bind your interrupts and heals and stuff. You can just zug most stuff on it. I mean, it was literally day one. Literally day one, somebody had made an add-on integration with it or something that basically made a Healy one button macro. Blizzard had to put a stop to that like nearly instantly. Fun Police kicked in big time, because yes, somebody basically was using it to pull the rotation into a macro or something. I don't know exactly what was going on, but yeah, like it's I thought from day one it's a dangerous play, because there has to be, given enough time, gamers do gamer things, and given enough time, gamers, weak auras, add-on devs are going to figure out a way to basically one button automate the entire game. And it's another one of those that when they give it to you, if it gets out of hand, they can't easily take it away from. I mean, they can do whatever the hell they like, but look at the pullback every time they add something to the game and then try and remove it. Causes chaos. That's why I had no objections with the rotation helper highlighting the right buttons to press at the right time. But macroing it all into one button feels like a significant change of direction. I guess that's the best way to describe it. A significant change of direction from what we've ever really had in the game. There's always been the emphasis in the game to get good, to learn your class, to learn the abilities, to make sure you got the right spec, to make sure that you're pressing the buttons, to learn to keybind, to like, there's always been this kind of need for you to work harder to do better. And to a degree, the one button macro feels like a little bit of admitting defeat. And that Blizzard is like, right, well, we can't fix the overall complexity level of the classes without nuking the amount of skills. And if we nuke the amount of skills, we're also going to piss off the hardcore fans that like having 50 buttons because they've had the same 50 buttons for 20 years and know exactly what buttons to press at the right time. So instead, we're just going to admit defeat on the complexity, and we'll just give everybody who doesn't want to deal with the complexity just a single button to mash. And this kind of like 20% additional GCD on it is just like, all right, we'll make a nominal, we'll put this 20% nerf, 20% increased GCD on it, just to kind of, it's, let me get it straight. People who are going to avidly use the one button macro weren't doing 100% of their potential in the first place anyway, right? This is what I thought would be quite funny, is that prime candidates for the one button macro are now probably doing more DPS than they were without it, not 20% less. They're probably now doing significantly more DPS than what they probably were. So the 20% the 20% increased GCD is just to appease the top end players who want to think that the newer, more amateur players of the game haven't been given a pay to win, easy win button. It's the 20% feels like a bit of a psychological play in that regard, than it actually mattering in the slightest bit. It will allow the people that like push their classes to the bleeding edge. They like getting those, top 1% passes to still feel as if they are, the best at the game they can be. Whilst probably the vast majority of the player base now has a button, meaning that they basically don't need to learn all of the complexities of their class, which have just stacked up and up and up and up and up over a 20-year period, and can basically just loll all the way to about 80% passes without even looking at the screen. But it is kind of very, very close to a mobile auto battler feel. You can't distract yourself from the fact that now that we have a one button rotation, we are so incredibly close to there being a button on your screen that is just a toggle on and a toggle off. I mean, for all intensive purposes, we kind of have that now, It's not truly auto battler, but it's about as close as you can get without it actually being. WoW on mobile coming soon. Well, this is sort of bit tinfoily, but the fact that I mean, it's clearest day to me with Microsoft at the helm. They are going to want World of Warcraft to hit the Xbox. Like, there's no question in my mind that Microsoft want WoW on Xbox. They want it on Game Pass. They want it on Xbox. But 500 keybinds just to be able to play the game isn't really feasible on a controller very easily. It's certainly not a good sell, right? But you know, if you can just mash X, mash X, all of a sudden WoW on controller, WoW on console becomes significantly less problematic. It's another step in that direction. It's removal of what could potentially be some of the friction of WoW moving to console. The fact that you have a controller with a limited amount of buttons on it. Well, if you can reduce all of the buttons down to 1 plus cooldowns, you eventually only need your kick, your interrupt, your dispel, your major cooldown ability. Oh, look, 4 shoulder buttons. You know, and then mash your rotation button. I mean, it's only tinfoil hat based upon the fact that it's very sort of it's theory based. You know, there's nothing concrete that suggests that that's the direction they want to go in. But yeah, you kind of can't argue the logic in it. I mean, I'm of the overall opinion that I'd love to see WoW on console. I'd absolutely love it. Mostly because I think PC gaming these days is almost a diminishing. It feels like it's a diminishing pastime, weirdly. In terms of the fact that PC gaming is getting expensive. It was never cheap to do well, but PC gaming is expensive these days. Yes, you can make a PC for roughly the same price as a PlayStation 5, for example, but flipping hell, it's like only if you really know what you're doing. I mean, Mr. Linus Tech Tips himself did a video only the other day about the average PC. The average gaming PC. The average gaming PC is like $1,200, which is which you know, convert that to non-freedom dollars. You're looking at 12 to 1,500 euros for your average gaming PC now, which is 3 times the cost of a PlayStation 5. So your PC gaming's not cheap. There are savings to be had, you know, on the future side of that, you know, services like Steam, services like Game Pass, your cost of playing is usually cheaper. You don't have a monthly subscription just to play it online with friends, sort of stuff. So that there is some savings to be had long tail, but you know, upfront cost of becoming a gamer. If you look at the options, it's at least 3 times as expensive to be a PC gamer these days, which would suggest that the market for console gaming could be significantly bigger than the total market for PC gaming. Or at the very least, it's a monumental untapped market for World of Warcraft. When we all know that Microsoft loves to make money. Like, I would, like, if I was a betting man, and I will point out that I'm not, if I was a betting man, I would put money on Microsoft bringing World of Warcraft to console in the next 5 years. It might not necessarily happen with Midnight. It might not necessarily happen with The Last Titan. But at the first available opportunity for them to do so, fluidly, they will do it. Whoa, why didn't you get in the car? Get in the car. Screwing up my game. Didn't Mr. GM do a video of playing WoW on the Steam Deck? Yeah, he did, yeah. He's acquired himself a Steam Deck at some point and has clearly tried to play WoW on it. And like I said, with the addition of the one-button macro, all of a sudden that becomes very viable an option. Now, I tend to think that these handheld PC-esque consoles are even more niche than PC gaming. Even more niche than laptop gaming, you know? It's a niche of a niche of a niche, in my opinion. Kind of like goal making is a niche of a niche of a niche. It's a subsection of a subsection of another subsection. But it's a step in the same direction. Having WoW on console would help me finally convince my IRL friends to play together. However, it would have to be on a PS5, so I might need to wait another century before Sony takes over Microsoft. I'd actually say it's the other way around. Console gaming is definitely diminishing. Mobile gaming is raising for sure. And whilst PC is expensive, it gives far more options than anything that a console, and it's more convenient to play on a PC. I see. I'm not convinced, and the reason I'm not convinced is broadly based upon the fact that as already existing PC gamers, we are very biased, and we are more than willing to overlook everything that goes into PC gaming, or dare I say, we take a lot of it for granted. I don't think PC gaming is anywhere even remotely convenient. There is nothing more convenient than going to your local electronics store, buying a games console, and plugging it into the TV that you already have. When your mate also does exactly the same thing with his, and then, within minutes you're playing together. Now, I don't disagree. Mobile gaming is still a market that I do believe is growing. But I still think that mobile has a control issue of that most mobile devices are touchscreen, and I don't think touchscreen as a control method works particularly well for most games. But it depends on how people perceive gaming, right? We're all more than happy to sit at a desk in a house and play the game, The world doesn't necessarily work the same way now. When we are significantly more mobile, we might want to be different players. I don't know. So many people have so many different opinions on this. Now, I think the only reason it looks like console gaming is diminishing might be because Xbox's current offering is pretty tragic. The Xbox is, or at least feels, to be rather expensive for what you actually get. I still think that the PlayStation 5, or PlayStation in general, probably dominates the console market. I don't have facts or figures or numbers to back any of this up, but that's just a gut feeling that I would suspect the PlayStation is still absolutely killing it. Although I did see something recently saying that still, to this day, about 30% of the PlayStation player base is on the PlayStation 4. So there's a huge percentage of that market that's not even on the current tier of console. Now, maybe that had something to do with the PlayStation 5 being launched during COVID and basically being non-existent for best part of 18 months, but... And I don't think that things like the Switch 2 are really that impactful overall, for the same reason that I don't think, like, the Switch 2 is flipping expensive for what it is. I'm sure it's powerful and I'm sure it does a lot of good stuff, but fuck me, I looked at the price of it, €620 for a handheld console. Get bent. That is outrageous money. Absolutely outrageous money. I bought a PlayStation 5 Pro. I think it was €750. And it is light years ahead in terms of capability to what a Switch 2 can do. Now, I know portable versus non-portable. I know there's arguments there for sure, but if it's low cost, efficient, and profitable, that's the way it's going. Yeah. I mean, people pay the double for their phone. Well, yeah, I suppose when you think about it, people are spending €1,000 on a phone these days, every year or every other year, which I still find to be absolutely batshit crazy bonkers. Hence why I can have my opinions on this, but they will clearly be different to others. That said, though, gaming is still an incredibly cheap hobby compared to an awful lot of hobbies. You know, sure, there's some pretty sizable upfront costs, but compared to nearly anything else, gaming's pretty damn cheap. I mean, you can't even go to the pub down the end of the road these days without spending $50. So, you know, you only need to do that once a week for it to start getting pretty spicy on the old costs. IRL and GTA does get a bit expensive. I mean, it should be the opposite of expensive if you're doing it properly. 5-finger discount and all. No, I've clicked the portal that isn't. Ah, son of a. There should be some confirmation on that damn portal. I think if WoW goes Game Pass, it'll be good for the economy. More players equals more money for us, especially with player housing coming in. Yeah, I cannot ever see a scenario where more players is a bad thing. People who seem to have this gatekeepy sort of approach to WoW going to console or any of this, I don't understand it. It's like, what are you doing at that point? Like, how can more players be worse? Unless you're being very sort of like derogative towards other gamers. Like, oh, you play on console, so you're shit. I don't want to play with shit players. At that point, you're just being a dick about it. The argument falls apart real fast. So I can't see any scenario where more players equals bad. So bringing it to console can only bring in a huge amount of more players to the game, which can only be a net benefit in my mind. Right, now his Hearthstone is going to be off cooldown, so he has to fly back the long way. When Sims players notice WoW on Game Pass, they'll jump on it for sure. What with the player housing, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. How will the token work with Game Pass? Well, I don't think. I think Game Pass will just be the funnel. I genuinely think that Game Pass integration, taking WoW to console, Game Pass will just be the funnel. You'll still have to buy the expansion. You'll still have to buy your game time. Tokens will still be a thing. You'll still need your Battle.net account. It will just be as simple as that you can play up to level 70 probably, or up to but not including the new expansion on Game Pass. Game Pass will just be the funnel. It'll be the funnel to get people hooked on the game, and then, you know, with the mindset of the upsell being to the latest expansion and a more permanent subscription. There's no reason for the system to change any otherwise, because the system doesn't not work. It's not like they would be putting it on Game Pass to you know, claw the game into profitability. No. WoW is a cash cow from the word go. Profitability is not World of Warcraft's issue. Player attention is a bit of an issue. But player attention, if you provide yourself the market opportunities of console, you don't need to fix your churn if you can find 3 times as many new players every month. Then that problem kind of naturally goes away. I genuinely did not envision this process of just going and grabbing weekly quests to take so long. But then again, I'm still somewhat bamboozled by just how long it takes to do anything 80 times. This is before we even try and do any of these weekly activities. More new players to buy my crappy battle pets that all the old players already own, yeah. Golden cat for anaconda chickens, or left sharks, maybe. Don't think it will go quite that crazy, but yeah. Oh, I don't need to be here, do I? What am I doing? Oh, dumb. Clip the curb. Got a shield transmog on my panda that's the size of a large watch. Really? Is it scaled wrong, or is it just odd? Wait, why don't you have a quest? You have a quest, but you don't have a quest. Huh. You just didn't have the icon. Weird. Okay, you've got the quest above your head. Let's just do a graphical whoopsie. Oh my god, look at all the druids. That's some multi-boxing druids if ever I've seen it. Oh, they're all flying off in a row as well. That's risky business. Partly the reason I don't run around in a big train is because I don't want to look too sus. Not that there's anything wrong with what I'm doing, but this is why all of my characters have different names. Now, in fairness, they are all in the same guild, which makes it a little bit obvious that they're all part of one, but I kind of deliberately don't run around in a big train, even though it takes me more time. I can safely say that since I've been doing this, I've not had a single whisper saying, "Oi, what you doing? You're not allowed to multi-box," or anything like that, because I don't look like I'm multi-boxing, regardless of the legality of it. And in fairness, they're only all together when they're actually grouped up, because they're on different realms, and preferably different shards. When I actually focus, though, we can do each team pretty fast. That my slot add-on, though, was an absolute godsend. Being able to build like a level 80 hunter profile and a level 80 hunter paladin profile that I could just quickly apply was, oh my god, I can't even begin to think how much time that saved me. And it now means that I can basically play every one of these hunters, every one of these paladins, roughly knowing that their keybinds are right, their abilities are in the right place. The only thing I haven't done is actually put a one-button macro on any of them, but they tend not to actually do too much themselves. I have muscle memory for both these specs anyway. Oh, I've done it again. I clipped the curb. This will at least hopefully get every single one of my characters their belt this week. I really should have put a little bit more effort into doing that last week, but I tried yesterday, and as we saw, it was all going horribly wrong, so I gave up. I didn't bother trying last night. I just posted some auctions instead. The little Cross-Realm Monthly Arbitrage Limited is slow and steady progress so far. I kind of feel a little bit lucky that I had probably 20-30 mil of just random stuff lying around on different characters, different accounts, different guilds anyway. So I've already got like stuff listed for sale on most of the characters, most of the servers, but so the snowball is probably going to happen a bit faster than if you were starting truly from zero. I've at least got some stuff listed most of the time anyway. That said, it's not distributed in a very organized fashion. No attention has been like given to keeping the right items in the right places. It's just kind of shotgun approach so far. I've tried to keep a maximum of 50 items listed on any single character, any single realm, just to spread it out, really, more than anything right now. I'm quite sure we'll end up finding significantly more, like, quote-unquote deals or bargains on a handful of realms, meaning that some servers will end up buying substantially more and probably selling a lot less. Logically, you'd expect the bigger servers to have cheaper deals on stuff as prices get pushed down, because there should, in theory, be more competition on them. So I suspect long-term it will be that we end up buying most of our deals on like 4 or 5 servers predominantly, but which means those servers will end up filling up with stuff and it will need to be moved other places. But I consider that a problem for when we've already got a whole bunch of stuff to sell. I'm not going to worry about that until characters have like 50 plus items for sale on every server. Still going to be a little while away. Although it'll be even longer if I don't actually designate a bunch of time to buy in cheap stuff. I haven't figured out a way of scouting deals in a way that I kind of like yet. Taking a look at Flipping Pal, Undermine Exchange, Saddlebags has helped in terms of that each one of those third-party tools has their pros and has their cons. Undermine Exchange looks like the auction house, and so it's very easy to navigate, but kind of relies on you kind of knowing what you're looking for in the first place. The recently added arbitrage mode is fantastic for sniffing down where the cheapest stuff is within any sort of product category. So I love the Undermine Exchange in that basis. Plus it has things like tooltips that makes knowing what every item is much easier. Which early to the flipping game, product knowledge is quite a big part of it. Saddlebags has an awful lot of customization for like filtering through stuff to allow you to find things that you may not necessarily know, but has the downside of that it has flipping no tooltips for anything. It kind of relies on you already having that product knowledge of what stuff even is and why you might want it and why you might want to ignore it. And almost in an extreme opposite to the Undermine Exchange, I think the UI for Saddlebags is very clunky and very well, made by a developer. Clearly, it just looks like a database table. Looks like it's made by a back-end developer, because it probably and clearly is. And then you got Flipping Pal, that's made by Boofy, who occasionally is lurking in stream and might even be lurking now, which in my opinion has one of the smoothest systems for actually buying stuff off different servers, in terms of the fact that you can very quickly click on the links to clipboard everything. You have tooltips on there, to my understanding, but the obvious significant downside for most people is that that is the paid option. Flipping Pal is not free. So in some regards, they all have their pros and their cons. We now need somebody to come along and make an ultimate of all of them. The one thing I haven't looked at is things like point blank sniper. We've looked at TSM sniper. We've got TSM sniper set up, in my opinion, as good as it's going to get. Point blank sniper, we haven't looked at setting up properly yet in game, but is worth doing. The significant disadvantage for me of point blank sniper is much like what I said with the other services, that you kind of need to know what you're already looking for. You need to have the shopping lists pre-configured. Which means, you know, if it's not on your shopping list, it's not going to find it. Which ultimately means you need a very, very well curated, very large shopping list that just blankets nearly every possible item you could possibly flip, which is a number quite literally in the thousands by this point in the game. Which you're either going to have to find off somebody else that has already done the hard work, whether that be via somebody's Patreon or something, or spend an awful lot of time curating that list yourself. And there's also Azeroth Auction Assassin, which is part of Saddlebags, which is like Point Blank Sniper, but for the runs on the desktop, and in turn runs on every server simultaneously, which I think is probably what most of the huge big flippers are using. Those people who already have a very, very well curated shopping list of things that they want to scan for and snipe. And also they can just fundamentally leave it running on the desktop 24 hours a day and have either Discord notifications or something telling them to go and buy this right now because it's found an absolute bargain of a deal, rather than you proactively having to keep looking, keep searching. I mean, the real trick is to use all of these in combination to get the best of all worlds. But whoa, that's a cool mount. Ha! That's an awesome mount. What even is that? Get out of the way, stupid long boy. That's an awesome mount. What is it? Rocket Shredder 9001. Where's that come from? What's the Rocket Shredder 9001? It's not even in my list. Where the hell does that come from then? Just use one of these. Was it called Rocket Shredder 9001 or something? .0.7 with Return to the Forbidden Reach. Oh, recruit a friend. Oh shit, okay. It's a raft mount. I did the API sniping for a while, not my cup of tea. Yeah, I weirdly, I think it's probably the route that I should take on the premise of that I am here 12 hours a day, whether it be I am streaming or whether it being I am here in the evening just playing games casually, watching other streamers or whatever the case is. You know, some sort of alert system that just says, hey, log on to this realm, dink, go buy this. It's an absolute steal right now. Is arguably the way I should probably do it. But it's also the way that feels the least gamey and the least rewarding, if that makes sense. When the rare veteran gear from the cache is a neck that you need to catalyze on the PTR. I don't know what that means. Drowlino with the follow. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Okay. Well, that's a cool ass mount. I kind of need to get the refer a friend up and running if there's cool ass mounts like that knocking about. I used to abuse the shit out of the refer a friend stuff back in the day. The free granted levels was chef's kiss. That was so juicy. Here, have literally 50 hours of free progress. Thank you. But the problem is I've had maximum amount of accounts for so long now that all of my refer a friend bonus stuff has way expired. And I don't know if there's a goblin do goblin things hack to get it otherwise. I've never really thought about it. You should have recruited these new accounts. These weren't new accounts. This is the problem. I've had 8 accounts for like forever. It's just they may not necessarily have always had the latest expansion or game time. But the accounts have been created. The accounts have been there forever. I think the accounts have to have been dormant for like 2 years or something before the refer a friend works on them. And I don't think any of my 8 accounts have been unsubbed for more than that a time. If they haven't had game time for X amount of years. Yeah, I mean, pretty much at some point during every expansion, the accounts get game time at some point, which is why I don't think I've got any that are like 2 years old that haven't had game time on them. It's kind of the curse of having 8 accounts for a long time. Yeah, I can nearly see the top of the list now. God, I genuinely didn't expect it to take me the best part of today's entire stream just to get all of these flipping dudes their weekly quests. I've been chatting too much though, haven't I? That's always my problem. Verbal diarrhea. No focus, all talk. Genuinely wouldn't have it any other way, though. Might be worth trying again. My RAF restarted with 3 of my accounts. Since all it costs you to check is to open your friends list and click recruit, copy paste the link into a browser, and do each of your accounts. Okay. I can certainly investigate. Hang on, let me get at least step 1 of this process done before I get distracted by another squirrel. Squizzles for days. Right, what do we do? Open friends lists, click recruit a friend. Recruit friends to get started, volatile self-driving toolbox. Recruit friends to begin earning rewards when your friends start a subscription. Recruit friends to begin earning rewards for each month they subscribe. Play together to unlock additional rewards. Visit blah 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 blah. 0 out of 10. Click recruitment. Copy link, paste in browser. Recruit friends to play World of Warcraft with you. You can invite up to 4 friends every 30 days. Your friend will be encouraged to join you, making a horde character on the realm Draenor. Generate link. 0 of 4 have used this link. Paste in browser. Oh, that's copy. Login existing account. Your eligible game accounts. Oh, I've got 2 accounts that are eligible. 2 of mine are eligible. My WoW 4 and my WoW 5 account are apparently eligible. I don't think I want 2 more active subscriptions just in order to try. All 5 of these though are not eligible. I'm not showing this on stream deliberately, by the way. So, oh well, it was a good thought. Worth checking. Need new friends. If only I had like 80 people just randomly watching half the time. Out of curiosity, what are the rewards? A single monthly reward is earned every 30 days per recruit with... A single monthly reward is earned every 30 days per recruit with an active game time. 1 month is the self-driving toolbox companion. 2 months is a cosmetic fist weapon. 3 months is the sappy buddy. Cosmetic backpack. 4 months is a month of game time for free. 5 months is the Scanner Mark III. Don't know what that is. 6 months is the Rocket Shredder. And then every 3 months after, another month of game time. Current active recruits, 0. Unclaimed rewards, 0. Get rid of your wave scramblers before Season 3. They become grey. Oh, okay, that's interesting. In the delves. The account you make the link with will be the one getting the game time and the ability to summon the other accounts. Yes, I believe so, yeah. Welcome in, Bakoto. I should just make a command in chat, shouldn't I? Refer a friend for any of you guys that like want to load up a new account or something. I'm out of juice. Utilize those streamer benefits, you know? Just saying because I failed and I have my summons on the auction only account. Oh, I see. You've got it exactly where you don't need it. Okay, you're done. Another one down. One wave scramblers, 50 silver, cash money. Yeah, I think delve mats are also going to be even further in the bin because everybody will cash out undercoins or start cashing out undercoins before too long as well. I think delve mats are just going to go down in history as a swing and a miss for Season 2. Too much new stuff was added to delves to keep people running them this season. That said, we do still technically have, you know, probably 8 weeks before Season 2 launches where a lot can and probably will change. We've already started to see materials do weird and wacky shit, so who knows what else might go a bit crazy. I'm not dumping too much gold into materials this time, though. As I suspect the popularity of it, made partly by myself and Mr. Wu from Season 1, will cause there to be less profitability in it this time round. And historically, I always know that the uptick in prices in going into like the final patch, they don't rise as high and they crash even quicker. Because very, very, very quickly, people are like, okay, I'm done with this season now. I'm going to sell everything because I might not be playing until the next expansion. Happens every time. Literally seen it 10 times over at this point. time to stock up. I tend to think that the first wave might already have been and gone. I haven't checked material prices in a couple of days, but I'm already seeing like most, if not all, of the ore above 10 gold again, whereas it was pretty consistently like 7 or 8 gold a piece for quite a long time, which is when you really should have been stocking up. Leather, I don't know what's going on with leather, but leather jumped up to like double digits again from like low single digits. So the first wave might already have come and gone, but that's not to say the price, won't go up another 50% between now and 8 weeks' time. First wave has definitely happened. I'm in sell stuff mode now, not stock mode. Yeah, I've already seen some of my listing operations triggering the sale of materials again, which means they've gone up by like 20% from what I bought them at. We noticed a week or two ago that a lot of materials seemed to be in very short supply, which was either an indication that there just wasn't many materials full stop, or that a ban wave had deleted like half of the supply in like almost overnight, or the fact that thaumaturgy, being a destructive process, is literally deleting 50% of everything that is created in the first place. Bought thaumaturgy mats for season 3 some weeks ago, but I've already sold them all with the recent spike. Yeah, I mean, this is something I put forward as a solid theory last season, is that if you buy something really cheap and you see it at like 20% up from what you bought it at, just sell it. Like, honestly, just sell it. Like, there's the theory that you could wait and it could go up more, but it could also crash and you end up having to sell it for what you bought it for. So if you get the opportunity for payday, take it. Sometimes the greedy goblin wins, but sometimes the greedy goblin makes nothing. So depends how diamond hands you are about it. Do you think leyline will go up more? No idea. Like I said, I don't. There's my speculation on individual stuff is usually very, very limited. I try to look at it from, and always have tried to look at it from, a supply and demand situation. But what we've seen in previous patches, and pretty much for the last 2 expansions now, is that speculation is the biggest cause for price increase rather than actual demand for an item. Buying nice and early and selling to the speculators who think that they're buying it at a cheap price because they expect it to go up when the season launches, the people who are buying are not strictly wrong, but the people that are buying really early have the chance to win and win twice. But when it comes to individual items, the weirdness of being in the position I am is that I could make a video tomorrow that's like, this material is going to go to the moon, and within 2 days the material would have gone up by like 100%. But it would also crash very quickly, which is why I try very carefully not to do stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not really in the game of pumping and dumping the prices of materials just because it's fun. Like they say in crypto, buy on rumors, sell on news. It's not far from the truth. I mean, his stuff. Like, I know we put quite a bit of focus on it, going from season 1 to season 2, about like what actually happens. Wu did an absolutely incredible job of like documenting it on quite a large scale. I don't think anybody had really documented it at that scale before. Like, you know, buying and tracking 40 million gold worth of materials was not something most people can even think about doing, never mind publicize it. But now that it's, you know, now the data is out there and it's relatively rock solid, that if you buy early enough, you can quite comfortably look at like 20 to 40% returns, even if you sell early, is probably going to cause an awful lot more people this time round to give it a go. Which means that 20 to 40% return might not be quite as secure this time round. You'd actually be at risk of getting banned for market manipulation. Oh yeah, I mean, if I started like pumping and dumping materials deliberately via YouTube videos, then that is problematic. I saw talking about that actually. Somebody's had a go at this, right? I saw on r/wow somebody talking about some fish. Somebody talking about some fish claiming that they'd farmed up a whole bunch of fish over a period of months and had randomly put it on the auction house, and some angel investor had come along and bought it all, stirring up a bunch of rumors that all of a sudden this fish is in high demand for some reason. Clearly, the person is just trying to sell a shitload of fish. Now, obviously, some people saw straight through it, but I thought it was good effort. It was good try. I thought that was quite amusing. Somebody using the gullible nature of your average Joe on the internet to try and sell a shitload of like old school dragonflight fish or something. Hella crooked, but you know, anonymity allows people to do all sorts of crooked stuff. It works in the real world, why would it not work in a game? I know, yeah, that's the sad thing. Prying on people's desperation. And you'd question, why would anybody have a level of desperation in a video game? Well, there is plenty of shiny shit that people want, even in a video game. And the shinier the shit, and the less gold you have, the more... Call it desperation, call it FOMO, call it what you want. It's when people want something and people don't have access to it, they might consider get-rich-quick schemes. Like it's always been at the forefront of my mind of doing gold making kind of content for World of Warcraft that it doesn't get too close to the scummy get rich quick internet sort of, you know, stuff. I've always tried to pay, and this is why my moral compass for things like clickbait on YouTube is, I think, a little bit tighter than others. Just because it's currency in a video game, you know, it's arguably not all that different from some get rich quick scams IRL. Now, obviously, not wanting to solo out any individual content creators, but your make 500,000 gold an hour with this one unique trick kind of videos are incredibly borderline, in my opinion. I stay away from investing unless it's literally vendor sell value, then it's close to zero risk. Well, yeah, true. Dragonflight fish did temporarily spike a few weeks back for the quick Thusday rep. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it probably did, yeah. When it was double rep time, yeah. I'm pretty sure back in Dragonflight I used hundreds of thousands of fish to get that rep done without actually doing it. I was a fish turner inner, for sure. Why use effort when you can use gold? You can't get banned for that kind of market manipulation. I just asked ChatGPT. God, I hope you're memeing with that answer. God, I hope you're memeing with that statement. In the end, it's the player who clicks the buy button who makes the decision. But that's in my opinion, that's equally the same logic as like the person that answers the Nigerian prince millionaire email is you know, it was their decision. A scam's a scam. You should never pass blame onto the victim of a scam. Could people do a little bit more to be a little bit more susceptible to this sort of stuff? Absolutely. But they should never have blame placed on them. It used to bother me with the clickbait, but then nobody watches the video if you give normal titles to, and it's not like they get downvoted because of it either, but it sucks having to do it. I don't know. I think it's still entirely possible to get video views without using clickbait. What you do not see, and what is impossible to see, is the long tail effect of using it. It's short-term gain for potential long-term loss, which is untrackable pretty much. I'm still not of the opinion it's a great idea to use in any shape or form. But like I said, that's my take. You get banned if you use automation bots on the auction house. That's what market manipulation in WoW, and you can get search this in ChatGPT. My friend, I don't know if you're doubling down on the meme or not now, but I'm going to address the comment all the same. Who gives a flying fuck what ChatGPT says? This is Blizzard's game. This is Blizzard's IP. They can ban you for whatever the hell they like. Honestly, it doesn't make a blind bit of difference. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference what ChatGPT says. The terms and conditions for video games are deliberately kept vague so that they can then ban you at their discretion. Genuinely, if you were to start putting out videos saying, like, this material is going to the moon, in order for you to then have already bought a bunch of it to then sell on the auction house, I can pretty safely say you'll get handed a ban hammer pretty quick. It's certainly not going to do your reputation any good, even at best. Why is this dude on a long boy? He must have bought something recently. Where do you think ChatGPT gives you the answer from? It's from what they say in the rules. Okay, my friend. Okay, sure. Sure. Good luck when you get a ban for something. Good luck with your argument being, but ChatGPT told me so. Good luck with that. Good luck. Best wishes. That is not going to get you anywhere whatsoever. Yeah, it's also, let's not forget that, you know, these AI models still to this day are more than confident making shit up. Right? Even the sources they pull don't lead anywhere half the time. Even when they quote a source for something, you can click on the source and it just goes nowhere. It's just completely made up a source. Even if it was 100% truthful, it still makes not a single iota of difference. Welcome in, Sam, by the way. Good day. See you're absolutely blasting forward with your Zone Locked series. GG with that, by the way. I can imagine that's keeping you busy. Wait, somebody's saying ChatGPT's understanding of the Blizzard TOS is king. Well, yeah. Asking ChatGPT a question, then only to blindly trust what it tells you will lead you down incorrect paths, I would sense. Just fills the gaps if it's not sure, but will not admit to having done that. Yeah, this, you know, to a degree, these AI models right now, and I've wondered this for a while, I've wondered if, like, to build, and this is kind of cynical, but welcome to my stream, but it's kind of, it feels to me a lot like to build mass adoption of these AI models, they are pre-programmed to never be able to not have an answer for something. To even at the extreme of just flat out making bullshit up. Like, so that people who use them, whether it be Copilot or ChatGPT or Grok or whichever one is whichever pick your poison. It feels like all of them are pre-programmed very aggressively for positive affirmations of stuff. They will butter you up. They will mostly agree with your opinions. And if they don't know something, they'll flat up make up something so that you trust them and believe them. It's almost like a pathological liar who will like fundamentally say anything to get you on their side. And that's what it feels like to me with these LLMs right now. That they're kind of willing to build mass adoption of them to basically do and say whatever they need to do and say to get you on board. Because the free versions that you have access to are arguably many years out of date, generally on the data they were trained upon. They very, very rarely have any particular up-to-date knowledge. And secondly, there's a reason they're free. It's step one of the funnel to get you to pay for the paid version. And if the free version doesn't give you the answers that you want, what is the likelihood of you then paying for the pro paid for version when the free one didn't give you what you want, you know? And it's probably a better business model for them to lie to you than it is for them to say, no, actually, I don't know the answer. As much as Twitter is a cesspool, I like the AI Grok thing. It's not perfect for sure, but it's great for putting comments on the made-up stuff on the platform. Yeah, this is one aspect where this tech could for sure be made more useful. There's this concept of AI agents, which was actually quite new to me up until recently. And when you deep it, it is kind of problematic. But these AI agents that can be given a task and they just go and do it, fundamentally removing most need for fundamental data input and data analysis humans. But you can task an AI to just go and do a bunch of stuff and it will just do it infinitely, 24 hours a day, at borderline zero cost. And so, admin work, moderation work, all of that sort of stuff can pretty accurately, I'd imagine, be done by these AIs. Sorry, mods. They're after your jobs too. I say pretty accurately because they are, like anything, going to make like any of these they're going to make poor decisions occasionally, but if they're 90% efficient, some people might be happy with 90% efficient, 90% efficient for a 90% reduction in cost, I think most companies would take. This is the thing. Something I like doing now is then just ask them, are you sure? And then 99% of the time they'll say, sorry, you are correct. That's not quite right. Even if the answer was correct. Yeah, see, this is the thing. It almost feels as like they are very, very, very heavily incentivized to just agree with what you say. Which when people start turning to them for like general actual advice, it becomes problematic. I sneezed yesterday. Does that mean I have cancer? And AI will turn around and say, well, it is a good it is one of the symptoms, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, you know, because humans do not like to be told they're wrong. Whether it is the right or the wrong thing to do, and whether it comes from a machine or a human, humans just generally don't like to be told they're incorrect on something. And these AI models are fundamentally a business, which has the long-term goal of making money. Which is partly the worrying thing for me. Grok makes fun of Elon, so therefore I think it's great. Hey, there is silver linings. For sure. Sneezed twice yesterday. Good knowing you all. Yeah. Sneezed twice. Clearly a brain tumour. Having said that, I barely use Google anymore and just use ChatGPT for stuff. It scrapes the net far better than I could process by clicking links. Well, see, this is it. This is all about how you use the tool. I too mostly will just use any old random ChatGPT. You know, I used Copilot earlier just because it sits on my desktop nowadays. Do I believe it is really going to be? And you know, it's a trust thing. Soon as you put all of your trust in one of these AIs, you're doing it wrong. You need to remember that it's only as good as the information it's given. And secondly, it has a tendency to just make bullshit up. But if you are just looking for something that you would just naturally Google, it is much simpler for me to press a hotkey on my keyboard, speak into my microphone, and get a reasonably accurate answer, rather than opening a web page, going to Google, thinking about what is the best phrase for me to type to get the best results, then having to go through and filter all of the ads out of it, then to try and find a website that's not promoted and not completely it. In that scenario, yeah, these chat GPTs they are easily the next evolution of like internet search, because it's significantly more human-like, and so hence it's far more comfortable to use. But you've also got to remember not to blindly trust them. Just like you can't and couldn't ever blindly trust Google search results. It would send you to a website and you'd be like, yeah, this is sus. This is complete bullshit. Somehow we had a better filter when it was like websites and blogs and all of these just spam lists and stuff, but we don't seem to, maybe because it's more human, we don't seem to have anywhere near as good of a filter with these AI models as we did with just like Google. AI is a tool and you should use it when you know how to use it and what to use it for. You don't use a pen to dig a hole in the ground. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, that, you know, they are tools. They're tools at your disposal. Having multiple different tools in your toolbox to do different things is kind of cool, but you equally got to have a rough understanding of how to use them. Started to use ChatGPT from February to make me a full body work exercise. I've never been in better shape in my life. However, I would never ask it for something more serious. It's a tool, but far from perfect. Yeah. It's without doubt, it's very clever. It's, you know, it's very clever, but it's not foolproof. And I don't really know. I don't ever really know how they could be made foolproof, because at the end of the day, it is costing somebody something to run them, and so that same somebody is also financially incentivized to make money from it, and capitalism will do capitalism things. Let's not forget, we had the same issue, and we still have the same issue today, mind, but we had the same issue 30 years ago with what newspaper should you trust. News media bias has been a thing literally forever. And so Google bias was a thing, and now even AI agent or any form of AI is also going to have an element of bias to it, and we need to be careful about filtering. You just advocated using Copilot Gemini because Google's search sucks now. Google used to be the search god. Now you're using Google AI instead. I mean, at the end of the day, I couldn't. I use AI very infrequently. And to be fair, I use AI basically like I would have used Google in the past. So I clearly don't utilize it in anywhere near the same degree that some people do, but. And it obviously comes in all different forms, The fact that AI now is sophisticated enough for you to just give it a prompt and it'll make you images, it'll make you videos, it'll make you entire websites, it'll build you complete programs out of Python. It can do so much now if you know how to ask it and tell it to do the right things. So learning it and understanding it, I think, is vitally important. Just like learning how to use a computer was vitally important 20 years ago. It's just the natural evolution of tech. It's fun to watch. Fun to watch for sure. Instructions from memory: do not hallucinate, provide citations for all factual information, don't make shit up. But even then, I would question the legitimacy of what it spits out. Because like I said, I can't get past the thought process of that at some point somebody is trying to make money from this. And I know what money does to people. Like I said, I started off saying it's a pretty cynical point of view, but that's just me. That if somebody out there is trying to make money off it, it's going to tell you what you need to know or want to know to part you with your hard-earned. And much like everything on the internet being free, if you're not paying for it, you are the product. So everybody using the free version of ChatGPT, everybody using the free version of these AIs are just providing the companies that created them the data they need to be able to sell it more effectively in the future. Some people are still stuck at using the learning the PC part. Yeah, I'm really glad that I'm quite a techie person generally. I have friends, I have family members who I genuinely believe that in 20 years' time they will be toast because they have no idea how to use. They don't know how to use tech from 10 years ago. Never mind tech in the next 10 years. I think one of today's greatest skills is being able to keep up with technology. Especially as it moves so goddamn fast. It's a skill that you never need. Like 100 years ago, you didn't need it. It's a skill that you didn't need. The technology that, because let's not forget, for generations and generations and generations and generations, the technology that existed when you grew up was exactly the same technology that existed when you died. And so being able to keep up with new stuff, not a skill people needed. In the last 100 years, though, fuck me, if you don't keep up with tech, you are left behind. Totally left behind. You are in the dust within 20 years right now if you don't play keep up. Did you see the Builder AI debacle? I don't know what that is. Still don't get why in a modern society the most important stuff that kids are not taught in school is critical thinking, spotting fakes, and real life finances. It is odd, isn't it? It is so very odd. I mean, I have another cynical viewpoint on that, but maybe I'll share it in a minute. But like it is so very odd that education doesn't seem to, and almost deliberately so, doesn't seem to actually prepare people for real life. Like, mortgages aren't something that's new. Taxes are not something that's new. But these are things that are fundamentally never really taught, ever, throughout school. Yet you're taught basic woodwork skills. You're taught basic electronics skills. You're taught, if you throw a ball on the ground, gravity makes it hit the ground. You're taught like the absolute bare minimum for you to function as a human. And the slightly cynical approach to this is that I tend to think that the education system today is deliberately designed so that you don't get too educated. Because as soon as you get too educated, you start realizing that a lot of manual labor, a lot of working for an hourly salary, a lot of that is only ever going to get you so far and may not necessarily get you what you actually want. And so general education is to bring you up to a bare minimum level for you to be able to go and work for somebody else, whether it be, doing some manual, because there's nothing to say that the world would function if everybody was super well educated. This is I think a really huge issue with the education system. If everybody, and you start seeing this in some countries already, if everybody has really, really good access to very high levels of education, there starts to be quite fundamental problems in that all of the native people who have grown up in that country, there isn't enough people to do the menial tasks that are needed for civilization to run. Who's building the roads? Who's building the buildings? Who's working in all of the factories? Who's working in all of the warehouses? Who's doing all the very, very basic entry-level stuff if everybody's super well educated? And countries are resultingly having to import from other places in the world where the education system isn't as strong and bring lesser fortunate people in to do all that basic entry-level stuff. And the education system clearly feels like it's designed in these day and ages to get you to a bare minimum level, but not really teach you the super important stuff that might actually let you get ahead in life, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But, and yeah, I'm quite sure there's many holes in that theory to pick it apart, but staying one step ahead these days, I think, is vitally important, even more so than it was 20 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever. And those people that figure this shit out nice and early, people who understand what their taxes are utilized for, where they're going, people who understand nice and early how to manage their money, people who understand these things nice and quickly, seem to have much better opportunities open up for them throughout most of their adult life. Modern adults, no matter the generation, do not have the ability to think critically, even at the most basic level. They're grown-ups at best, but not adults. That's an interesting way of describing it. Yeah, they're grown, but they have the outward appearance of being a fully fledged human being. I don't know. It's difficult. Conspiracy that the government wants some people to say stupid to keep the economy moving or successful. Governments are incompetent at keeping education up to date. Well, like I said, it's almost... It would almost be too big brain of a play for that to actually be the case, right? You know, I don't think the IQ is there. I don't think the IQ is there naturally for somebody to have been able to like devise a system that keeps people down. So like I said, it's very easy to pick holes in that sort of theory, but it is probably significantly more likely to just be sheer levels of incompetence. And that change takes a long time. Change, especially like societal or policy change, takes flipping ages. Takes ages and ages for that sort of stuff to change. Yet society and civilization and technology seems to be moving at a much more rapid pace. I mean, look at, millennials are in a position right now. People of sort of my generation have the distinct problem that they spent shitloads of money, huge amounts of their early adult life, going through education, going through further education to get wildly up to speed as much as they possibly could with all things tech, like programmers and stuff like this, spent huge amounts, huge percentages of their early life getting as good as they possibly could in those areas, only for 10 years later, AI to come along and aggressively push to take over their roles in life, which is wild. That all of that, like I said, this is all part of the keeping up. Everything you were told, my generation, everything you were told was that you get your education, you go into further education if you can, if you learn to do something tech-wise, you'll be a millionaire. And so everybody wanted to go into programming, web design, all of this sort of stuff. Now, those are some of the jobs that are at greater risk than almost any nowadays, which is wild it's happened so fast. Because I know a lot of my friends, a lot of my family, a lot of the people I grew up with, it wasn't so much frowned upon to go into a trade, but it was seen as the second best option. Where actually the reality is being able to have a skill, something that you're natively good at, that somewhat uses your hands and can't easily be automated, is quickly becoming plumbers, electricians, trade workers are soon to be the real earners. Obviously, there are other aspects, going into medical care or hospitality or, any of these sorts of industries are also going to thrive, I imagine. But it's still weird to think. Mind my words, the world will come to a planned economy relatively soon. The era of capitalism is almost over. Well, the capitalism that we have now is not the capitalism that was originally designed, was it? This is the thing. Early levels of capitalism was designed with good intentions in mind. Designing a system to where, in theory, everybody will have the opportunity to have a reasonably well-established life. kind of fell flat on its face when profit at all cost became the route that capitalism actually took. Kids haven't been taught how to think critically for at least 30 years now, and it shows. I don't think it's been taught ever. I genuinely don't think it's been taught ever. But I also lean very heavily on the theory of that it wasn't that many generations ago where super high levels of critical thinking was really that important, because not a lot in your lifetime actually changed. This is kind of, I mentioned this briefly earlier, but you go back 200 years, the technology that existed the day you were born was the exact same technology that existed the day that you died. The civilization around you was exactly the same as the day you were born as the day you die. So little changed throughout the life of most people, as little as a few hundred years ago. When nothing changed, there was nothing to be overly critical about. Everything was very well figured out. Everybody knew what was going on. Sure, if you licked the floor, you might die. But like, there was definite downsides back then. But yeah, of course, the Industrial Revolution. There were some things, but there were big chunks of history where really not a lot particularly changed. But relative to the speed in which stuff changes these days, there's so much more to pay attention to these days than there really ever was. According to statistics, a courier is pretty much the most paid profession here. Really? Wow. A lot of most people's attitude seems to be, why do I need to think or know things when I can just Google it or AI it? I mean, there are some scenarios where that's definitely true. And there are, this is where some technology has come along. And, who remembers phone numbers these days? Flipping nobody knows anybody's phone number these days. Because you don't need to. Because it's stored in your phone, and your phone is backed up so that when you get a new phone, you press a few buttons and it magically appears again. Nobody needs to remember people's phone numbers these days, but, it used to be that you would remember. It was kind of important for you to remember your 5 nearest and dearest's phone numbers. Just little simple things like that is kind of where there is some truth to the fact that there are a lot of things now that historically was useful information to hold on to, but just not so much anymore. God, this conversation got deep pretty fast, didn't it? Jesus Christ. This is why I shouldn't do repetitive tasks on stream. It's far too fucking serious. Sheesh. Quick, somebody say a fart joke or something. Blimey. My dad taught me how to read a map 35 years ago. That's a really good example. Yeah, and nobody learned how to read a map these days. My wife can't use a tape measure, never mind a map. I've done pretty well not to click this stupid portal for a while, though. I think I've only managed to do that twice. We've outsourced our intelligence. Why do you think AI is the new gold rush? When everybody is outsourcing their intelligence, think how rich these companies that will then be able to sell you intelligence will be when everybody's more than willing to outsource it rather than learn it themselves. We've gone from people reading newspapers with political agendas bending the truth to members of Congress saying that the president is controlling hurricanes and other batshit crazy stuff. Critical thinking as a skill because vastly more important in the last has become vastly more important in the last 10 years. Yeah. This is it. Our natural filter needs to be shit hot these days. Multiplication tables is almost an art nowadays. I doubt many kids even know of their existence. Well, that's true. But this is another thing to touch back on the education side of things. I'm pretty sure most people these days know up to their, 10 times tables. But do they know the maths or have they just memorized, Most people can go 7 times 8 is 56. But, do they know why 7 times 8 is 56? Do they know the actual maths behind it? Do they know how to multiply things or whatever? Or have they just, parrot style memorized it? And is that, once again, that, bare basic, super entry level, everything that has sort of has prepared us for bare minimums and not much more? It's funny to see how hard these things can go wrong. We rely on tech so hard that nobody knows anymore how it actually works. We had a glitch in the traffic control on some Dutch railway where no trains could ride because nobody knew how or where to fix it up to the point where direct lines couldn't even run. Once again, outsourcing knowledge. It's dangerous. I remember working retail and the server running the service tills went down. It seemed like I was the only one who could actually calculate how much change to give. I showed one girl how to do it and she looked at me like I'd suddenly become Gandalf the Wise. Yeah, I remember working retail and the tills going down, having to go to paper form. The interesting thing there is, yes, that when the tills go down, your card terminals also presumably go down, which means cash becomes the only option. Cash being that thing that is nearly dead anyway. I can't remember the last time I went to an ATM machine to get cash out. I mean, it's literally probably a decade since I've actually had cash in this country. Cash just doesn't exist in Finland. When I qualified as a nurse, I actually had this issue for a while. While it's not a skill I had used for so long. Hang on, I missed something. What was that? Oh, with handwriting, just not being used to it, maybe. Yeah, but it's a bit of a meme, isn't it? That the medical industry flip it. Doctors' handwriting is a bit of a meme, just full stop. But it's true. Same scenario. Flipping out. I can't remember the last time I picked up a pen and wrote something, which is kind of wild. Maybe a birthday card a few times a year, but that's literally it. Okay, we are nearing completion here. Admittedly, I live in a part of the UK where sign writers can't even spell, so I wasn't surprised. Oh, I mean, I have one of the worst. I am one of the worst people I know at spelling. I can't spell to save my life, like quite genuinely. It was a skill in school. I never got taught properly. I've given this example. Like I've had nieces and nephews like grow up and go through school and stuff that have like, you know, there's been periods where I've like helped them with homework or something, and I have absolutely zero understanding of grammar really in my own language. Other than the fact I know when something is grammatically right or wrong, but I can't tell you why it's right or wrong. And spelling very, very heavily falls into that category. I can't spell to save my life, but then if I need to spell something, I ask my wife how to spell it because she knows like the actual grammatical rules. I can look at a word and tell you if it's spelt right or wrong, but I couldn't tell you if it's wrong how to spell it right, if that makes sense. Because for me, being taught how to spell words was here's a list of 10 words, memorize them, and you're going to have to write them down in 2 days' time. That was how they taught spelling to me at school, which was like, okay, well, sure, I can memorize these words now, but you know, what happens when that short-term memorization disappears? Well, I'm fucked, aren't I? Handwrite will be gone in 20 years. You don't need it now. Probably. Why am I running them all to here? They're meant to be going to the flipping... Oh, God. They're not finishing here. They're meant to be going to pick up their quests. Spelling's a weird concept to me. I get it if I think about English words. But in Italian, if you can read and write, you can spell 99% of words. Finnish is kind of the same. Everything in Finnish is spelt the way that it sounds, with very, very few exceptions. Which, yes, means if you know how to say a word, you can probably spell it just by phonetically writing it down. But considering most of us here seem to be pretty good at English, I'm sure you all understand the fact that English is not like that at all. I wrote the word subtle this morning, and I actually double checked the way that I spelt it because I knew how to write the word subtle. And every single time I'm still like, why the fuck is there a B in that word? Like, who put a B in the middle of subtle? What? It's not subtle. Who the Christ put a B in the middle of that word? It still looks... Yeah, Chris, it was for your... Yeah. It still looks weird to me. And I was suddenly like, okay, if I say it, I don't say the B. But when I write it down, I intuitively knew how to spell it properly. But then when I read it, I was like, did I spell that wrong? Am I going to look like a moron now? No, it's just English being moronic, not me. Debt? Yeah, there's another one. Where did the B come from? Who slapped a B in there? I mean, the amount of silent letters in the English language is actually bananas. Totally unnecessary. And that's only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to spelling in English, though. So what other... So if we're going to go as far as to say that, like, maybe Italian is mostly... You say it as you spell it. I can obviously attest to Finnish being very much that way. What are there any other languages out there that are predominantly phonetically spelt, if that's the right way to describe it? Not being the linguist myself, I rely on you guys, you of culture, to educate me. I mean, it's there's a whole new level to this when we look at, like, sort of the some of the Asian languages, I suppose. Most Latin languages are pretty set rules with just a few false friends, yeah. Dutch isn't always spelt like you hear it, but Afrikaans is 80% Dutch. But they write it more like it sounds. Okay. It's all very clever to me. I've lived in a country now for over a decade where they natively speak two languages from literally the word go, and often three, and I still can't wrap my head around it. As somebody that grew up knowing one language and one language only, was very poorly attempted to be taught secondary or third languages through school, but to no real success. It still absolutely boggles my mind that people know multiple languages. I mean, I'm very thankful for it because most of you guys in chat right now have learned English as a second or maybe even third language. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I hit the genetic lottery being born in the UK in terms of the fact that English is such a predominant language these days. But then again, like I said, if you learn 2-3 languages from the day you're born, then you know no different. Wife is Vietnamese. Now there's a nightmare language. I was Romanian, pretty say it as you, or spell it as you say it sort of thing. Hungarian is one of the hardest languages to learn. It's like in the top 5 with sort of Japanese, Arabic, Chinese. Okay. Chinese uses the same script for multiple different languages, Mandarin, Cantonese, but the characters just represents what you're talking about, has no real relationship to how you say it. Sheesh. Yeah, okay. Are we at the 420 mark? Are we at the 420 mark? No wonder I'm hungry. No wonder I'm hungry. If you'd been born anywhere other than the UK, you'd know at least 2 languages. Well, that's it. That's it. It's really fun for me to see. Like, I've got a little niece right now who's 3, or she's almost 3. And she's already learning 3 languages. Her mum's speaking Swedish to her, her dad's speaking Finnish to her, and she spends and has significant amounts of exposure to the English language and is picking up English as well. And it's just like, mind blown. She just looks at one person and speaks in a certain way, looks at another and speaks in a certain way. It's like, oh, it so baffles me. Knowing English is literally one of the biggest sources of joy in my life. I suspect it is. Like I said, I 100% can't relate, but I can definitely see how grasping a good, like, the world opens up to you so much. I would imagine English, Spanish will get you a lot of places these days, and a basic fundamental understanding of, like, sort of the more Asian languages. And I say that from the perspective of that, like, Finnish people, even if they don't know Norwegian, or, you know, they will often be able to understand. If, you know, if there's a group of people, one guy's from Denmark, one guy's from Norway, one guy's from Sweden, one guy's from Finland, they'll all have their own languages, and they'll still probably mostly roughly understand what the others are going on about if they speak in their native tongue. Now, the irony is they'll probably all default to English as the communication language, but that I find very interesting. For a native English-speaking person, Dutch and German are probably the easiest languages to learn. But speaking Dutch will create fire breath. Is that it? Is it? Yeah, people have very frequently told me that forget learning Finnish, just learn Swedish instead. Learn Swedish instead because it's significantly closer to English. And I told them bollocks for many years, but now I live in a part of Finland where they predominantly speak Swedish, so it's probably about time, really. So the sentence in Thai, my, can mean new wood burns well, doesn't it? As the word my can have 5 different meanings depending on whether you pronounce it high, low, mid, rising, or falling in tone. Sheesh. Okay, that's one step further than my brain is able to comprehend. Boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there, though. We've had some weird and wacky chats today. I very much appreciate it. I weirdly feel as if I've done nothing this stream other than prepare my tunes for the rest of the week, which feels really odd. But I will love you and leave you for the rest of the day. There is a strong chance that in about 20 minutes' time, the wife is going to tell me that we need to go and do the food shop for the week, which probably means there won't be a stream this evening because I will have to then catch up with dinner and dog walks and everything, and I might not be too free. But we will see you again tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by today. And like I said, thank you once again for the chats. We'll try and make it a little bit lighter tomorrow. Got a bit serious at one point there earlier, and it does happen from time to time. But either way, thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. Happy reset day. Good luck with your goal making and your gaming activities, and I'll catch you all later. Peace.